It's on the wrong screen. A little bit of organization. Would be nice to be able to sort these. And the music is chill, but it is frozen. Well, let's skip this one. It's way too chill. Okay. All right. That's fine. Man, lots of stuff here. How about we just close everything to the right? Sure. Implement rolling checksum for database. Yeah. What to do about DB auto vacuum? Hmm. Do they? Only writers should perform vacuum. I disagree. Hmm. And this would be really nice. Tracking that. What to do if rotated wall already exists? Then the stream can, well, let's see. If replication crashed, that's not SQLite crashed, but if replication crashed and the wall log was rotated, and the stream continued with the wall having the same salt and we rotate again, how would that happen? Yeah, I don't know how that would happen. Well, gauntlet, tests gauntlet. Build and there we go. Test. Let's see where we left off. Everything's passing. Yay. All right. I want to try to break it. Now, we could try to come up with some other interesting thing where we just have some random commands being sent, right? And like, well, what is it? Testing or it's kind of like a brute force version of looking for bugs because we only have so many commands that we send. And let's see, should they be able to be sent in any order? Maybe. Let's go look. So we send these messages. Create, open, let's see, read, insert, update, and checkpoint. Those could be sent in any order. DB open could as well. Like we could just be opening and closing this. Maybe we should have a close. I don't think create should be done with that though. Oh, but speaking of create, the other thing I want to do is um, reject opens that are happening outside of the configured directory. Let's add that. Oh yeah, here we go. Force VFS writing into a specific directory. The other thing I would like is for Gauntlet to shut down uh, in a better way. All right, let's see. We just ran it. Does it currently exist? It doesn't. Hmm. Okay. So it's this guy here. So we have a command loop. We have an error. Let's look at the command loop. What if this receives an error, then it bails? Now, if we're using IPC channel, which comes out of Firefox, I don't know if this will close if that channel is dead on the other end. Maybe the last thing we should do is say like bye-bye now, something like that. Let's check the docs on that. IPC channel. What is our type here? Okay, IPC receiver. Oh, interesting. We could try receive timeout. Hmm. Because basically, if this blocks for more than, I don't know, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, then the process should just go away. Hmm. Okay. Well, that would be a simple way. It doesn't seem to say anything about the other end of the channel, like all of the other, Tokyo channels and the channels in standard. I receive error, empty. Do we get? It doesn't even say that we get empty. Hmm. Disconnected. Interesting. Am I collecting a number of? No, the test is gone. Just wondering if maybe the test was hanging around, but that's not even possible. Maybe that's for one of the other methods of connection. All right, well, let's just have it clean up a little bit. There we go. 10 seconds. if we do receive an error, we send that we received that we had an error. Okay. If we panic, I don't know that this would happen. Yeah. All right. Well, and I am still drawing a blank on the name of those kinds of tests. That's bothering me. Um, I don't know. Okay. It'll hit me later, man. Hmm. All right, let's do this. What I think I'm missing here. So if something goes wrong here, let's say for whatever reason one of these fails, right? Like this assertion, we don't get to do the shutdown and cleanup. And arguably, we don't want the cleanup to happen just in case we want to inspect it. But shutdown, we should shut everything down. So perhaps TCA, we do shutdown on drop. We have some sort of guard that does that. But we only want to do that if we haven't done it yet, right? I think it'll error out and we'll be fine. Because we'll just ignore the error. Let's see, what's that do? Hmm. Not yet implemented? Oh, yes, of course. Is that it? That must be it. Okay. All right, so it's something a little bit different from music today. Bear with me. Funky. See, here we do shut down on purpose. because we want to make sure. Okay, that's part of the test. All right. Let's get this test working. Then we'll work on the brute force version. The other thing that we're not doing here is monitoring, like, is expecting certain outputs to come from this, right? Because it's kind of a collaboration between three systems, or sometimes two systems. But we have left and right, right? Because there could be n number of applications actually using the SQLite file, and that could just be the way that the server is created, right? There might be multiple processes. So it's going to be the collaboration of the server processes and data plane. And we haven't brought in what do we expect data plane to see, right? Because these operations should have predictable outputs with data plane. So I was thinking about this, and we might set up a a fake data plane. Because right now we're just using the real thing. But I think setting up a fake one would let us then inspect what these guys are feeding it. Right, first we'll do this, and then let's enhance these other tests with a fake data plane so that we can really see what's going on. Ooh. And if we do that, we can run them concurrently, all the tests. Oh, oh, I like it. All right. Ensure only wall log journaling is supported. Sure. Oh, why is this here? Why wouldn't we do this in VFS? Have tests here because we have to load a VFS. We can call functions on this. Why wouldn't we just do that? Let's see if I can move these tests somewhere more applicable. Where would we want that? Full path name? We could intercept the request. Is SQLite here? Logs here. You'll see. Where is it? Da, 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 da. We'll get these requests. X full path name for blah, right? So we could specify where that is on disk. So we could always prefix whatever they give us with a specific directory. That would be simple. Huh. How are you, Museum? I love it. I would never have guessed playing peekaboo could be dangerous, but I ended up in the ICU. Ta-dunch. All right, hold on. I gotta annoy the family with that. I love it. All right. All right, done. I don't like the idea of uh, forcing, like of changing the path. I would rather just reject it and have it be fixed somewhere else. So let's do that. Device characteristics, file control, read result, blah blah blah. Here we go. X access. Starting to ask about the database that we read. You rarely watch them. uh, just here for the chits and the shiggles. What's interesting is that we don't see X axis being performed um, for the actual database. We go to the beginning. FIFO path, initializing reverb state. Okay, that's fine. X open. Oh, you know what? The name is here. Let's go look at that. Where's X open? There it is. Here's the file name. So we could reject there. Hmm. Okay, I like that idea. Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the option to return a better error here. SQLite guarantees that the file name parameter to xopen is either a null pointer, oops, a null pointer, or a string obtained from that. Well, it seems to be frozen. Strange. I see that. I have 0 dropped frames. Let's see. Should have X open on line 45 near the top. Wow. Yeah, I see that. Okay, I'm just checking the site. I wonder. Let me try to try again. Restart capture. There we go. Okay. Strange. Should be better now, yeah? Wow. Okay. Well, looks like it's scrolling up and down for me. Yep. All right. Well, Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that. Okay. So, this file name here we get from the previous call to x path name, which would have been here. But of course, it would be the full path, not this. So that would get resolved to a full path name, and we need to reject it if it isn't in the directory that we have configured. So let's change this. There we are. I think I already convert this to a full file name. There should be no vocals. Uh, what? Come on. There we go. Volumes would unlikely be UTF-16. Well, that's good. I I know I wrote this here, but I've since found documentation that says it will only be UTF-8 coming from SQLite. I don't know how they plan on guaranteeing that or if it was even correct, but I did find other um, something else that suggested it could have been UTF-16. Yeah, I expect it to be UTF-8. So file name, I have something for converting that, but do we call it here? Doesn't look like it. So first thing we do, give that trace. And ensure that the database file is within the replication directory. SQLite 3 file name. Yeah, where do I use that? Hmm. Nope. Okay, it's not that. I have some sort of function, %k. Mm. Config file UTF-8 snafu. It's going to be this. Here. String. Load settings. No, that's not it. Edit logging. Oh, Not seeing it there. Log path mutation. No. Goodness, where did I? I shoved that somewhere. I don't know. I don't know where I put that. Let's see. You'd keep the file name as a C string and use WTF8? Huh. OSS. Oh, OSSter uses WTF8 for going through Rust stuff. Interesting. I've never heard of WTF8. Okay. Linux's locale glibc does not support UTF-16 or UTF-32 or UCS2. Well, that's good to know. That's what I'm going to be running this on is Linux, right? Oh, if Fly.io only supported FreeBSD. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Well, batch underlying batch. No, it's none of these. Goodness, where did I put that? Is it in file? Oh, here we go. String from UTF-8 pointer. Okay. Keep it either as a C string and treat it as just a pointer and not a string, or have OS or convert it for you. Because ideally, we just want to ensure that one string starts with the other. Which I mean, I've done this hundreds of times in like C, right? But it feels weird doing C in Rust. Goodness, I'm trying to remember how I did this in. Let's see. Thank you. Or more appropriately, stir ncomp, right? Because we want to ensure that these are terminated correctly, and right, that's what Rust protects us from. CS CT set the search the target. Hold on, and to stir. There we go. Okay. There's also stir comp. Huh. I don't remember stir comp. Yeah. All right. So we just compare them. Given a length. That means what? That means that here, if we go back to xopen, what is it? Here. That means I'm going to have to take and represent a Rust value, a Rust string, as a pointer to compare it with this guy. Well, this one. Okay. So essentially, libc strl comp. No, string comp. You got me thinking about str. CSCT and the length. So the length will be, okay, well first let's do expected prefix, z name. The length is whatever the length of expected prefix is. Okay. Let has, it's going to be 0 if it's equal, isn't it? Yeah. So 0 if they're equal. Something like that. It's unsafe. No. All right. Let expected prefix equals. Oh, do we have to do this after we get reverb? Hmm. Wait, hold on. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so there. We need to get this first. Yeah, see, we're still initializing here. We don't want to get to this point. I want to bail before then. Okay, but where's our config? Do we ever load a config? We do. That's in lib. It's near the bottom somewhere. Init reverb. Load settings. Where do we stuff settings? Reverb state. So we give it a mutation FIFO path here. Yeah. Load settings. Get a settings object. Logging. Interesting. We don't have. Huh. We don't have a path for the directory. Okay. What do I think about that? It will have to match other configs. Okay, so human error. I'm trying to think what could go wrong. Right, there could be human error in configuring these things, which is possible. Maybe we set it to some environment variable. That way we could control it more easily. Keep it consistent across data plane and the VFS. Because they're basically running in the same environment. Because if we put it here, then I'm likely going to want to add some kind of message so that the VFS, when it starts up, opens a FIFO, it spits a message across to to reverb saying, this is where I'm listening. Is it correct? Right? C-star. Impulse partial equal. That compares by its interesting. And C-star can be built from raw pointers, right? Pointer. Either with a null or a no null. Okay. Or we could do a slice from raw parts. Yep, this is guaranteed. SQLite does that for us. That's fine. Must be valid for it. Okay, I think all of these are correct. Or we could do from raw parts and have a slice and pass the length in as well. Does this have? That just compares, yeah. Okay. Then with the slice, we can ensure that the beginnings are equal. I mean, yeah, using partial OR, that makes sense. The value comparison, yeah. With slice, we can also ensure that the ranges are equal. Okay. Let's not bike shed too much on this. Let's add data plane where directory where data plane will look for databases. This is the database replication directory. To do pointer equal in Rust, use dot dot pointer equal. Strangely enough, oh, interesting. Well, thank you to the designers of the language. I've truly enjoyed using Rust. Let's just call it DB directory. DB dir. Sure. Hmm. All right, so if it doesn't exist in there, then problems happen. Does it need to be a fully qualified? Oh, questions. Oh, yes. In some languages, equal equal may do pointer equality rather than value equality, and it can be a huge fuck gun. Yes, absolutely. They call that in JavaScript identity equality versus value equality. All right, so we have dbdir, load settings. Now, how do we get here? We got a settings object back. We said init logging with that. And then settings was used here to create the path. Maybe we should just pass this into a reverb state so we can hold on to that. Let's see, we'll let dbdir equals settings, dbdir canonicalize. So at this point, what would we want to see with contexture? dbdir config snafu. Sure, something like that. Save that. dbdir create field. Okay, it's a path buff. Good. Actually, do we want it to be a path buff? No. But we want it to have the same pre. So I was going to use a canonicalized version of a path in order to ensure that they are exactly the same, which is why I was planning on checking on converting the C pointer to a path buff just to canonicalize it and then compare them. Path buff uses OS string. Oh, interesting. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. So it does the WTF 8 conversion for you. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So, given that, let's go back to where we had been. Oh, there's an error. Where's the error? Okay. Good. Back at X open. All right. Now, when X open is called, we have to get our VFS from this so that we can get to our state. Right. Reverb file. This is for something else. Here's reverb. We could move this up. What are we doing with this? Oh, stir is stir from C stir. CS stir should be fine. It's not this some system configuration. Okay. I'm going to move this up so that we can do this and get state off of reverb. Oh, we could just ask reverb to validate it. What is it? Is this a mutable pointer? There we go. Validate DB path. Then we'll do something with that. We could put it on rebar itself. It doesn't have to be on the path. Huh. You really dislike Rust for not having the dereferencing operator for pointers. It's so annoying to figure out where, yes, where this should go. Yeah. Actually, these, I don't need that. Do I? Okay. And didn't I have something implemented for something like that? Um, on Reverb, didn't I create a trait that I implemented for that? Hold on, I'm looking default VFS. That's for file. See, I've just started implementing for this so that I could do all the dirty stuff inside an implementation and hide it. Oh yes, pointer to when you have pointer to a pointer to a pointer. Yes. All right. Verb state. Okay. Huh. I guess I don't have anything on that anymore. That's it. Yeah. Yep. Rust doesn't deal with raw pointers, and being explicit is a Rust thing of sorts. Absolutely. I wonder, my state that I have in reverb state, I'm saying is send, but that's a file. I'm going to pretend that's send. Well, the path buff I don't think is send. No. The reason it would need to be okay, well, send and sync, right? Sync, you need to ensure that we can keep its state correct between two threads, right? We'd want to put a mutex around it. Pathbuff is send and sync? Really? I'm so surprised. Auto. Huh. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let's add this to reverb. There's new. Validate. What did I call it? Validate DB path. Sure. What? Yeah, it's just a file handle, right? That's just a integer usually. All right, validate DB path. Let's see what do we want to pass in? Do we want a SQLite string? Hmm. Stir. How do I create an OSTR from a pointer? Oh, OSTR is nightly only? I didn't think it was. sref, OSTR, from encoded bytes unchecked. We could do that. Two-stir lossy. Okay, no. What else do we have? Sref. It's implemented on quite a bit. Oh, this doesn't look like it's nightly only. Display does. I think display is what it was referring to before. All right. Right? All right. So I want to go slice, standard slice. There's functions. I missed the functions here. From raw parts. These guys. I'll have to transmute that. Looking at transmute, and we want this, the source, to be cname. Okay, good. We want this to be const u8. Is that right? Too generic. Source. Okay, here, let's just put that here. Data. Okay. And the length. Acted bool? What? No. Oh, I spelled that wrong. There we go. Okay. All right. So now we have a slice of U8s. Muster from, let's see, name slice. Wait, the size for that can't be known at compile time. Borrowing gear. No. Oh, from encoded bytes. That's what I. Yep. It's Unix only, and that's fine. Oh, from bytes instead. Got it. There we go. Unnecessary unsafe block. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So now we have an OSer. Skipping the encoding check. Interesting. It should be a small amount of data, anyways. All right. So now we have state that has a path buff in it, right? Does path buff have something that could say, hey, this is a prefix of that other thing? I think I remember something about that. Shrink to fit, try reserve, path, ancestors? No. Ends with. That just the. Oh, Windows it does. But it has a different signature. Interesting. Starts with. Hmm. Determines whether base is a prefix of self. Only considers the whole path components to match. Okay. Starts with looks like it would work. And we would be looking to see if now we have to get to a path buff from name. Self dot state dot dbdriver. What I say? I don't. Okay. You used to recycle shoes, but it was soul destroying. All right. So we have this. We have validate path. Let's go into VFS. So here, path is valid. So now we know if our path is valid. Let's get rid of that. Now the big question. What do we do? Obviously, we can return any number here, right? But what do we return? Oh, here. Not found. Okay. Read error. Short read. No, it's not a short read. Busy timeout. No. One last comment about that comment about the file name. It could be 7-bit or 8-bit ASCII, which UTF-8 is a superset of, right? So it's not wrong, but not technically correct. Interesting. You have a lot of history with encodings. It can be UTF-8, but it could be ASCII. Yes. All right. Let's go to the top here. Primary result codes. Can't open. Oh, I like that one. Let's try that. I am not relying on UTF-8 stuff at all. Like this is just, logging it. The loggers like strings. Um, I don't like the way I wrote that. Let's see. Return and open. However, I think we might need to have file initialized at least to a point. Let's see. I should just fill it in. Okay. Note that the xopen method must set the SQLite 3 file.p methods to either a valid object or to null. So I think we need to set it to null here. So we haven't done anything. 47 could be misleading. Ah, yes, yes, yes. File.p methods equals null. Oh, wait. This is standard pointer null. Safe block probably needs to be a little larger. Oh, no, it's okay. All right. Yes. Okay. And the unsafe creates a block. So it affects our scoping and moving things around. Okay. There we go. All right. So we have that. Now, we could create a test for this and ensure that this is correct. However, we would need to have a valid one of these. Okay. This is going to be interesting to set up. Let's try it. I would rather have the test here than in the integration suite. And don't put it in integration if you can put it in a unit test. Oh, and Museum. I've been not remembering the name of the style of tests where you brute force something, right? Like you'll do this with Google did this with FFmpeg, just beating the heck out of it. What is it when you do that? Fuzzers, yes, fuzzers. Thank you. I've been trying to remember fuzzers for the past hour and 20 minutes. Thank you. Fuzzers just doesn't sound like, I don't know, like a programming thing to me for whatever reason. Maybe it's because I have kids, right? And things are fuzzy and whatever. Yeah, fuzzy testing. All right. All right. So let's write this. CFG test. Boom, boom. Mod tests. Property-based testing, which is a subset of test of fuzzing in a sense. Interesting. So what I was thinking of doing here, just we'll come back to this, was in Gauntlet in the test suite, right? Because these calls here result in sending, a variant of enum over the channel to the test runner. But there's only a handful of commands. I was thinking of just, you know, randomly sending them in different orders to see if I could create, error situations that I wouldn't have thought of. Recording the log of them that were sent, and then seeing if it's reasonable. Even using ARB test, test some of your algorithm impulse. Oh, interesting. Let's take a peek. Powerful property-based testing library with a tiny API and small implementation. Oh, interesting. It's very simple. Let's take a look. I thought I clicked on that. Oh, I did. Okay. Too many. Single function, public API. Got it. Okay. No macros, automatic minimization, time budgeting. Hmm. Entry point is the arb test function. Okay. Single argument, property to test. Otherwise, you can have infinite number of inputs. Yes. Oh, I like this. Annex if the property does not hold. Use the arbitrary crate. You can use U to generate pseudorandom structure data. Okay. Choose. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I want to do something like this. After you have supplied the property function, ARB repeatedly runs it in a loop, passing more and more unstructured bytes until the property panics. Upon failure, a seed is printed. Seed can be used to determine the replay failure. Nice. Oh, I like it. Time budgeting. Oh, this is perfect. Okay. I'm going to keep this around. Let's move this up here. Okay. But that's next. That's next. Yeah. See, I don't know all of the situations in which, like all the different paths that SQLite will be calling my code, right? It could be doing reads and writes in different orders or truncating in weird points. Right? So I want to try and just see if I could break it. And I like the idea that it's pseudo random. You can replay things. You can see what's going on. I like that. Ah, yes, prop check I'm familiar with. Okay, going back here. All right, test. Let's see. What was it? X open. Let's see. X open. Mm. Wow. Function. Let's make it a function. Okay. Now, we need to call this guy. How do we set one of these up? Let's create a VFS. And it takes state. Let's just call it state. And we give it a settings object, of course. I want to default on this. Oh, I think I've used cargo fuzz before. Yeah, I was thinking of using something light though. I like the idea of the other one. Hung fuzz. Like classic AFL, AFLRS, American Fuzzy Lob. That type of rabbit. Huh. It's the org that does the fuzzing. Yeah. All right. That's interesting. Okay, okay, I want to get to the fuzzing. I don't really like the idea of having a default on this, but let's try it. Simple default for settings. Let's see. Del instructs mutation FIFO. Mm, I don't know. Is there a default? Okay. dbeater. Wait, all of these have defaults. I can just impl default for this and take whatever. I mean, it's not a very good default. I'll give it that. Myriad is sort of fuzzing with its randomization. Oh, interesting. Huh. Myriad's interesting. Now, how would it work for what I'm doing? Because basically, I need like interplay between different systems. And, well, there are some presumptions about how SQLite works. Oh, interesting. Huh, interesting. Okay. Huh. All right, standard error level. Let's say this is off. Log spec. Same thing. Log path. Log files to keep. Let's say 3 is the default. Where is an interpreter for Mir? Basically, a virtual machine. Okay. The restaurants. I can find all sorts of bad, unsafe stuff. Huh. So for our test here, wait, how did I delete so much? Oh, because I deleted that line. Okay. Settings, dbdir equals pathbuff from foo bar. Okay. What? There we go. Reverb dot is validate. Oh, wait. No. We want to call. And this would be the VFS, so we need the pointer to that. Okay. Standard Rust. Pointers. Slice, stir. Box. So I need to box it and then I can get a mutable pointer to it. Oh, nightly only. All right. So now I can allocate memory, but how do you get a mutable pointer to, let's say, a box? Has mute pointer, that's nightly only, has pointer, nightly. Into raw. Oh, here we go. Oh, perfect. Okay. Into raw. Why didn't that? Oh, oh, it's not a method. Thank you. I didn't see that. Let's see that on the next line. Okay. Ah, what? Oh, because this. There we go. Hmm. I think that will work. Let's see. Reverb. We have to give it a file name. What do we do for the file name? It needs to be a CSTR. I see string. Hmm. To get a CSTR at compile time. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, look, we're learning new things today. I didn't realize there's this. Is this what you're looking for? So we could just have, what, C name, whatever that is. They got rid of the macro and did C. Ah, got it. Okay. What's the type of this? Okay, so it's a C stir. Oh, well, it's a, you know, reference to one. Now we need that to be a pointer as well. Let's go back to cster as pointer here. Like ASDF is a static str. Oh, it adds the null. Oh, perfect. Okay. So we have our pointer. Now, SQLite 3 um, file name. What is that type? Which is what? What is the C char in Rust? Guess it depends on the machine. Okay. I doubt that will work out of the box. That I think we'll need to transmute that file name. The file itself, I think we can just pass null at this point. It's an I8. Okay, good. You know, I'm going to pour some tea. I haven't done that today. Okay. The real answer is at least an I8. I think, actually, I think C23 codified that. It's an I8. Interesting. Okay. Null. Needs null mute flags. Let's just do 0. We don't care at the moment. And the p out flags. Let, I don't know, flags equals, goodness, how do we do we have to box this? Like, I wish this worked, right? When calling something like that. Right, so reverb needs to be SQLite 3 VFS. Oh, that means should work. That's awesome. Type annotations needed. This is cause better to SQLite 3 VFS. Did I get that right here? I think so. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, I did that at the wrong point. Should be here. Is this? Yeah, basically we're erasing the box type. Okay, so we should be getting some sort of result. Cert equals. Result is standard. What was it? SQLite. I don't remember. Oh, no, that was in X open, wasn't it? Can't open. SQLite 3 can't open. Okay. Let's try to run this. Cargo. Test. Ooh, look at this. FIFO path error. No such file or directory. Okay, this I know. This I know. So we have to set up a FIFO just to do this. Okay, I don't like that. Yeah, we ensure that it's a FIFO. So we could use tempter, create a FIFO in the tempter, and make it happy. Or we could shiv it. Just say stop. Let's create a FIFO. We need tempter, BFS, cargo, dev dependencies. Is that correct? Let's see. Cargo. Ah, there's an E. Okay. Tempter.workspace equals true. Good. Cargo. Okay. Let's go back to VFS here. Function. Hmm. No. Prefix. I don't really care. Sure. There we go. Create FIFO. To create this FIFO, where was it? It was interprocess. I think I'm using this for the FIFO. See, VFS expects that the FIFO is created by something else. Okay. Here. Um, unnamed pipe. Is it an unnamed pipe? There we go. FIFO file. Great FIFO path mode. You may want to do pointer cast rather than transmute. Oh, interesting. Pointer cast only works on pointers. Transmute works on anything. Got it. Okay. That's a great tip, Museum. And hmm, how's the background music level today? It seems like it's a little low. It's fine. Perfect. Let's see. Here we'll say FIFO let FIFO path equals dir dot clone dot I can't do okay. I'm not a fan of the path buff API. It feels awkward compared to most other Rust stuff. Right? It's not a builder. I feel like I'm expecting much more of a builder pattern. Yeah, yeah. You never call other things in SQLite. Um, there are well, okay. I won't say never. Then I got to take that back. There are very few places where you call SQLite. Um, you can get a pointer to the different kind of file name associated with the file you're working on. For example, if you have the main database file, like a .sqlite3 or .db3 file, um, you can call and ask for the name of the other one, and they just give you a pointer. They store all those pointers. Yeah, absolutely. You fill it out. You fill out the pointer after they give it to you. FIFO dot push. We will push test.FIFO. Why not? Oh, FIFO path. There we go. And mode. What do we want mode to be? Okay, 0, oh, Philo. Okay, file. Found unit. What? Oh, does it just create it there? It doesn't give you the file back? Ah, bogus. They give a null point. Okay, yeah. I've seen all their tickle test harness, and I've wondered about that. Like, what else uses tickle for test frameworks like that? And is it common? Should it be more common? I don't know. Okay. Tempter, unwrap that. We have a file. We don't have a file. This is just unit. So at this point, we know it was created. Okay. Let's return the path then. Oh, goodness. It's a path bug. I thought this dereferenced to that. There. Oh, tickle, huh? I guess that fits. It's always been T TCL. Oh, yeah, yeah. Just saying letters, right? Would you pronounce it? I don't know. Um, for some reason, I've always pronounced it tickle. Uh, um, definition, incur. This is junk. Okay. I've, I've only ever heard it pronounced tickle. MG has personally pronounced it as three separate letters. Huh. TCLTK. Yeah. Tickle teak. TK is a GUI framework. Ah, the Geek Pirate. Thank you. Okay. Where were we? Here. Okay, so we have our path, and we need settings to have that set up. All right. Settings dot mutation FIFO equals FIFO. Okay. That should get us a little bit further. Read a series of blog posts about the wonders of string-based typing and how it can be homomorphic. It's interesting. Up far. Interesting. All right, where would we panic this time? No such file or directory. For what? Where? db-dir config error. Database directory config error. Oh, the database directory has to exist? Okay. Well, we just created a temp directory. Let's shove it in there. db-dir. Let's just make that. How about td dot? Do I want to do that? I don't want to do that. ed dot. No, no, no. Stop it. Lua has upvars. Wait, what's an upvar? ed.clone. Hmm. Well, I don't know where it made it. Running one test. Uh-oh. Something's gone wrong. Let's see, do we hit either of those? No. Oh, okay. We got two of them. Still two. Okay. So we sit here forever. Wonder why. Oh, we connect to the FIFO. Something actually has to be on the other end of it. Variable hoisting? If I'm more familiar with JavaScript, I've done JavaScript for a long time, but I'm still not familiar with the term of variable hoisting. Raga, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we actually have to have something listening to the other end of the FIFO. Hoisting is where a local variable is moved to a parent lexical stub. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Variables that exist out of the current scope but aren't global. Yeah. I tried to implement a JavaScript interpreter. Goodness, 20 years ago. I had a lot of fun with it. Lex and Yak. I think I got to the point of implementing loops. Um, it could do variable resolution, so looking up the scopes and stuff. It's been a long time. All right, so we need something else listening to that. Create FIFO. FIFO path. Let FIFO. Fofi. Let's just open FIFO path. Sure, we'll open it in read-only mode. That's fine. Let's see if that helps. Things like function declarations, not Rust lexical scopes with blocks. Right. Still nothing. Hmm. Actually, this time I've opened this for reading, and are we only getting to that point? This is the fun I have with FIFOs, because the read's going to block until there's a writer. I need a thread. How do you clean up threads with tests, unit tests? Let's do like a read exact. Give it a buff. Rose FIFO path. Okay. So we have that. Oh, there we go. Invalid memory reference. Lovely. Okay. Rust and FFI. Okay, we got to 1, 2, 3 AOUs. 1, 2, 3. Here. And then it bailed here. But we haven't done anything stupid yet. Maybe a reverb does? Oh, we're going to try to allocate memory. Is it? It's actually here. Oh, what was the error? Invalid memory reference. Yeah, we do all sorts of stuff. Like this just doesn't exist. API is not set. We're not we're not inside SQLite. Okay. Spawning this, arguably, bad idea. This does a lot of stuff we're not going to get around in a short period of time. What else could we do? We could change it so that xopen isn't calling reverb, but we need a reverb. Although, can we just point in? We need state off of reverb. We just create a reverb without it initializing. You can pass it a tuple. And you can also pass it like just multiple things, right? Like la. Oh, but it would combine them. All right, so that versus, well, let's take a peek. Because this would be a tuple of the two things. Oh, yeah, look, much nicer. You don't have to associate them. You can see that it's coming on one line instead of two lines like before. Oh, that's a nice tip. Or was it? Did I pass it? Whatever. But yeah, that's a nice tip. All right. Now, reverb. We could just let reverb equals reverb like that. Build struct fields. We could just do one of these, right? These end up being null. Let's try that. We'll skip the initialization piece. Moment. Okay. And state. There we go. Value moved here. That's fine. Because we're going to box it here. Okay. Skip the initialization. The tests. Oh, interesting. The original debug macro, when it was a crate, had an option for one line output. Oh, standard, remove that. You're an ePrint line forever, fan. Yes. Let's try again. Oh, look at that. We've gone to 386. Here. Wait, what? Yes. Okay. So this failed here. Invalid what? Yeah, invalid memory reference. The first thing we do, cast this back. Oh, or is it here? Let's do A, B. But it could be in here too. Okay. Ooh, we got to see. Validate DB path. Now, is it happening because of this dereference here? Or is it happening because of something inside? Oh, it did. Goodness, we'll find out. Start P. Wait, P. And which reverb? Let's see. Reverb dot is null. Shouldn't that be like cert not equals? Oh, wait, cert. I missed that. Sorry, the when I read your comment, the I I put the space on the other side of the exclamation. Okay. Let's come back here. Let's see. Oh wait, I forgot to finish this. Let's say W. I think it's going to be in here. I'm optimistic. Ends meal. Okay, from raw parts. X, Y. But doing that for any pointer is a good idea if you're going to deref them. That's fair. Interesting. We got to Z. Huh. What? I don't believe that. I'm really struggling with this one. Ebug assert if you're brave. Yes. We only got two Z's. So it's here. DB file path starts with blah. Okay, okay. DB file path. Path from that. Oh, that's. See, this is a keyboard. Stop it. Don't change that file. It's generated. We do that with Rust standard pointer on self. So we just pass one in. But it's not a pointer. It's a type L. It's not a new type. Yes, yes. Yeah, it is just a pointer. Sorry, I was thinking it was a different world, like somehow C was far, far away. Okay. DB file path. I'm going to debug that here. Just to see if it'll bail there instead. And, okay. That looks fine. Cool. Oh, to look at the pointer value, yes. And self-state DB dir. Look at that. It actually got to this point. I thought it would, I didn't think it would print these things out like this. This is fantastic. Okay. All right. Validate DB path. Self. What is self? Self is a reverb. Is it state? Like those things we just created. I think it's a reference to self. It isn't. It is dbdir. No. No way. Why would that? All right, who clobbered my memory? Okay. This would have been much easier as an integration test. Just because the initialization requires so much setup. I know I'd like to test a lot of the code instead of just extracting bits out to test. Anyhow, so we got to the point where it's trying to print out dbdir and it's getting invalid memory reference. So why is that? State, new settings, dbdir, td path to owned. Is that a tenor or a baritone saxophone? I think that's a baritone sax. All right. Oh, dbdir. All right. I think we should delete this and do this elsewhere. But what bothers me is that it looks like memory is getting clobbered. And I would like to know why. Is it because of the cast? Probably not. VFS, sqlite 3 VFS, cast reverb. Pointer is other pointer. Okay. I want to see if referencing this earlier causes the same problem. Let's put this with W. Self.state.db dir. Yep, same problem. Okay. Expected expression for what? One, two. Yeah, I don't understand that. Okay, FIFO is fine. Oh, hold on. Reverb. Where do we allocate memory? Let's see, app data, mem set to 0, initialize state here. See, we're just boxing reverb and then taking a pointer to it. This here. So we have a box into raw. We got a pointer. We save it, but we're not calling any of this code. So why that has no effect? The only code we called is very shallow. X open. We did this cast. We know it's not null. And then whatever's in the test. Just for funsies. Let's debug settings here. Should be fine. And then here into state should still be fine. Then we give it to reverb. Who knows what will happen there? Let's kind of divide and conquer here. It's our binary search test debugging. Okay. So on 374, we're good. 374 state is good. Now, before we box it, let's do reverb dot state. This is 383, not 382. 382 is here, and debugger is good. Okay. Then we transmute it. And pass it through. Okay. Let's try the cast here. Cast. That, yeah, same. Good. So between 385, right, we do some stuff that's not really referenced. Is reverb the same memory layout as that SQLite VFS? It should be. Oh, shoot. No. No, it's not. It is not. No, that's exactly it. Okay. So when we come in here, we take this VFS, we cast it, we take the P app data off of the VFS, right? That's what's different, right? Our reverb is here when it should be there. All right, so we need SQLite 3 VFS. Okay, well, I was concerned that there was something really bad going on, but nope, it's all good. So, what is the best place for this test? I think it might actually be with integration. I would like it to be over here, but I just don't see it as maintainable. It's just going to be, jumping through so many hoops to make a little bit of progress. Basically, we're having to pretend we're SQLite, and that's not going to happen. Oh, drat. Okay, I figured out an easier way to do it. Basically, we just use SQLite and load a VFS and do this here. Okay, fine. We can keep some of this. We can keep some. I'm just getting rid of the debugging. And that can stay. We'll leave that there. Okay, good. So back to the VFS and our test. Okay, so we set up a test directory. Great. We have something reading our FIFO. Tired Beaver, how are ya? You follow where Musean goes. Well, thank you for the follow. And Ashish, thank you for the follow. Okay. So let's set up sqlite and just bootstrap the VFS, load the VFS into this. It's not without its own perils, but I think the test would work. Let's see. Oh, does this mean we get to use Rust test time environment variables? Standard, okay. I want the cargo docs on this. Let's see. Oh, not here. I want to use the env macro. Now this had, I thought, a link to that documentation. Ah, conditional compilation. Is it in here? No. Oh, thank you, Museum. Yes, this is it. Okay. I'm looking for target. Let's build target. No, 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 not that. Cargo target dir. Not these. Cargo bin name. Here it is. Doesn't have target in its name at all. Oh, but I don't have an executable. I had a shared library. I wonder. At least have for binaries or binary examples. Package name. Name of your package. Because basically what I'm looking for is the location of the dylib on this machine. So maybe outdir along with cargo package name. Let's get rid of some of this. Cargo manifester is useful. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, this isn't. Okay. Cargo manifest path. Oh, it was right there. Okay. Let's. The VFS path is going to be env. That. target, and then it would be debug, and then lib reverb vfs.dylib, which kind of sucks for non. Okay. You don't want the dir, not path here. Oh, thank you. Oh, of course. Right. The path is to the manifest file itself. The dir is where it lives. Got it. Mismatch types. Fine. That's a fun name. Okay. I just guess sometimes, right? It's like, well, let's just call parse on that. I don't care. Pouring some more tea. Okay, there we go. Brian 2 is your first guess. That makes sense too. For environment variables, I don't know. I always like parse. Hmm. All right, let's I forgot to do a proper rename. Fun name. Alpha Frumster reeks of legacy. Parse is the inverse of Frumster. Here, let's try into. Okay, still works. Unwrap. Let GFS path is equal to that. Great. Oh, really? Oh, here, fine. Now that'll always work. Stir parse just calls T from stir. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think I knew that at one point. Probably you explained it to me. VFS path. Oh, we don't need that. Actually, I'm going to go into Gauntlet and snatch some of this code. Create. Yeah, see here. Test utils. Set journal mode. Create test database. This is how we would open a SQLite file, but we're not doing that yet. We actually want init child to be called. And that doesn't have it either. Where's memory? Here, load VFS. Parses on stir directly. Interesting. Huh. That pattern is really neat, and open your eyes how to design APIs. I want to go look at that. Oh, stir. Primitive type. Parses the string slice into another type. That's nice. Stirs, let's see, from stirs from stir method is often used implicitly. The only associated type is error here. Is this what you're talking about? Um, where you say it's actually where you started to understand associated types? Nice. It was your early days learning Rust. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Coming back here. We need to do this first. We also need sqlite, VFS. So like connection, let's just have this return connection. Just read stir and vac APIs taught me a lot about the language. Oh, nice. It's a lot to consume. I can imagine in the early days though, the APIs were much smaller. All right, in process, yes. Workspace equals true. Ah, you still have the deref spam. Got it. Import. Okay, that as well. VFS pass. See what with that. Yes. This should always work. Borrow there. It's borrow. Wait, really? Really? There. Happy now. Oh, I see. Rust doc back then didn't really show derefs the way it does now. They were a very visible different section. Huh. All right, so we get a SQLite connection. I feel like something's missing though. Get rid of that. We have this. Good. Get rid of this. All right, so now we have our connection, right? Lovely. We have our fake FIFO bit going. Am I still using that SQLite spool? That's in the Notes app, and I did figure out what was going on. Okay. Um, the problem was that I had not realized that this is the correct way to load a VFS, um, especially one that is registering itself as permanent. You load it against an in-memory database, and that's it. Um, I no longer need to say, hey, load this on anything else. It just does it automatically. So that's it right there. You have to do that. And then all of the other threads in the pool, they automatically load it up automatically. Likely different SQLite enabled features and or version. Um, I actually found that in one of the documentation, one of these files. Let's see. No, CF array. It's not gonna. I don't think it's this one. No, Membius pass. Maybe. Blah blah blah. Not that one. VFS stat. Oh, and then I ended up finding the documentation elsewhere. Um, I don't see it. I used to have one of the bits there. Um, but yeah, I found it in their documentation. It was documented as part of an example, a VFS example. All right. Bum, 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 bum. For testing things, SQLite may not be one-to-one with SQLite without double checking their configuration. Ah, I see. Got it. Got it. Okay. But I think that this would be the changes to an application that's needed to run in order to run it on the platform. Going back to our test. Sapphire is becoming unsafe in 2024. Oh, really? Why? Oh, it's not reentrance safe. Got it. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So you have to have some sort of global lock in order to set it. That's funny. Right, so now that we have our connection, let's go back to Gauntlet. Is it here? Spawn data plan, spawn child. No. It's in here. Create. Okay. Let's just do an open. Hmm. Let's see. I don't think I have to do open with flags and VFS. Let's check that. Let's just call open. Oops, wrong button. DB path. Where is that? That's Oh, that's wherever we want it to be. Right there's happy. All right. Let's debug this for a moment. It's an error. Setvar has been planned on being marked as unsafe since like 1.2 or 1.20. Some big company was exploited from the C version. Really? Wow. Oh, right. I don't think I need this connection. What is this a connection to? Let's just say init VFS. You don't need to return anything. Hence, that goes away. Oh, it's so a mess and very common in web dev. Uh, all right. It panicked. Lovely. Where? Unknown. Tried that. No such file. Lib reverb VFS. Target here. Let's see. Rust reverb VFS. That should exist. Oh. Cargo build. When did it go away? Really? Target. Debug. Lib reverb VFS. It's right there. Okay, what am I not seeing? Reverb VFS. Oh, it's one. It's got VFS in it. Epic blog. That's funny. That awful feeling when the docs have to admit that something was not right on Windows, but not on any other platform. As long as you aren't using it to send secrets around The worst thing that can happen is the var isn't updated when you think it should be, right? Actually, if I go into VFS and I do a oops, cargo test, then it'll work, won't it? And I won't want it to work there, because I'll want this to work from either directory, not just one. Args wasn't escaping properly. Uh, really? Oh, it still goes into the other directory. Fine. We will update that. Okay. Error during initialization. Missing environment variable. Reverb config file. Oh, do I need a config file now? Before we were skipping the config file step. Okay. Let's. It just snowballs, doesn't it? Um. Okay. Now I need like libyaml. It was command args, not standard env args. Oh. Well, did not properly escape arguments when evoking batch files. Interesting. Okay. All right, back here. Settings. Oh, that's not what I want. So we filled this in. Save that as a YAML file somewhere else. Oh, seems everyone copied the wrong homework. Yeah, that's funny. Lettings. How I called that lettings. That's settings. All right. So let's see. What do we want with this? We need to have the mutation FIFO set. Let's just do default again. Mutation FIFO equals FIFO path. Okay. Now we need this serialized to disk. Sure. Don't care. Now settings, implements, deserialize. Let's have it implement serialize. Okay. And we have to update BFS cargo. Oh, we have TOML. Great. To string. Ooh, two-string pretty, yes. Path and contents. This needs to be settings path equals TD. Mm. Does it? It doesn't have clone on it. Huh. Path clone. Push. Reverb.tonal. All right. Settings path and the contents. Pretty settings. Path push. Okay. So we have settings. We write. We also need settings dot dbdir is equal to td dot path. Oh, we have to set the environment variable. Repeater equals standard pointer element to future complex with prior attempt at the test. We're close, Epic Blog. So, great question. So this is what we're working on, right? For everybody that doesn't know, and let me adjust the lights. Dark mode. Okay. Now, so we have a proxy. Proxy can detect whether it's a mutation or not and can send traffic to a set of machines. We have our notes app, right, which ends up in two places here. Well, three, because we're running two of these, two of the readers. We can currently make changes to a database, and we can also read data from a database. When a mutation happens, it's this little leg here that's not working yet. And I think we have to define a couple extra pieces with this leg here, going from data plane to data archive. So the left side of this is still a work in progress, whereas the right side is done except for one change. It's this little arrow here. There's one more change I need to make for that, but generally it's almost there. SQLite is notifying data plane of changes. Data plane's able to find the changes, and it's not sending them yet. So the VFS is speaking over a named pipe, so I can just be nice and quick. We get, I think, POSIX guarantees a certain amount of size that writing to do that. Pipe would not interleave with other processes. We're only writing 24 bytes, so it's fine. A data plane picks that up out of, you know, off the file. Hopefully it's still in the system buffer, and it should send it. So we're just hardening a little bit. There are a couple of edge cases we found recently, and I want to address those before we move on. So the current one is you can currently open a database that is not in the directory that dataplane's monitoring. So the SQLite VFS needs to tell the app to go bugger off whenever it tries to write to someplace that dataplane doesn't know about. Okay. So we write the environment. We have settings. Do this. We'll probably extract some of this if we're going to have more tests. All right. How do we set standard environment variable? Standard env functions set var. Got it. Blah, 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 blah. We'll just ignore that. Yeah. It's safe to call in a single threaded program. All right. Set var. And that needs to be something that is set to the config file location, which is where? Read right here. Settings path. Oh, does this? Oh, good. OS star. Okay, great. Oh, actually, it's fine just like that, isn't it? Do that with ampersand and grab this. Paste that in there. Initialize the VFS. Okay, let's see. Not initialize the logger because the configured output directory is not accessible. Okay, fine. Settings dot log path is equal to td path.to owned. I should just extract this. There we go. Look at that. Can't open. Oh, we received happiness. Okay. SQLite failure, error code can't. Perfect. I just grabbed this. See, I don't know what SQLite 3 failure. Just ignore that helpful commentary and do unsave. Lucy Setam, obviously the better choice. Oh, fault injection. Externally controllable to inject faults during testing. Oh. Oh, that's neat. Set trigger function, trigger function. Neat. Seems like it might be a little brittle if you have to inject faults based on line numbers and whatnot. Okay, file name, line number, where there. Oh. I'm sorry. It tells it where it was injected. Yeah, I got it just as you said that. Wow. Um, let's see. Okay, let's drag that up here. Let's see. I wanted to organize them. Here, let's just put them together with that. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So the result is a error from sqlite. Got it. No, I don't want to match it. I want to dot expect error. There we go. Now we have our error. Ooh, look at that error code. What is it, 14? Oh, that's the extended code. Is 14. The code is cannot open. Please, please, please. No. Resculite. No, no T in that. Resculite. Error code. Ooh. This is the wrong thing. That one. That's better. Hmm. I wonder how if I could get it to. Can I customize this error message? I think I can. I think I can. However, I don't know if I should. Um, Here, if we go to back to SQLite somewhere. Deal error. Get last error. This. Here, let's go to GitHub SQLite. Let's move this up here somewhere. That's disappointing. Here. Maybe here. No. If the error message is too large for the supplied buffer, it should be truncated. The idea is that this function works like a combination of getLast error and format message. After an error is returned by the OS function, SQLite calls this function with zbuff pointing to a buffer of nbuff bytes. OS layers should populate the buffer with a null terminated UTF-8 encoded error message describing the last IO error to have occurred. Okay. The error message is too large. It should be truncated. Oh, interesting. Yeah, man, I miss FreeBSD. It's part of why I run a Mac right now, because it's really a little FreeBSD at heart. That, and it's really hard to find a good touchpad. And their display is just awesome. I love the display on these things. Anyhow, you learned about it from a paper/talk they did. That's so cool. Oh, and Range Bomber, thank you for the follow. Andrew Dev World, thank you for the follow. It's fine to have an implementation that never returns. Okay. Hmm. You're on a MacBook Air at the moment. You agree about the trackpad and display? It is so hard to get right. And I don't know, it's just like, it's one of those things that you notice when you go to something else, right? And the trackpad is kind of clumsy. Or the display, you see all the pixels, right? If I look at the screen I'm looking at now, um, I would prefer to have a higher resolution screen for this one here. I don't. It's the first trackpad you've liked, yeah. And the gestures are well done. If I could get that in like a Pop-OS system or something like that, I would. Um, but why don't I run these things? Well, because the trackpad and the screen. Probably just the trackpad, really. That and I needed to have like a tons of RAM and you started to do your hobbies on it too, but you bought it for YouTube and whatnot. That's funny. Oh, and Mustafa. Hey, thanks for popping in, man. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Yeah. Like this is just crazy. It's also faster than your desktop. See, I don't know that I could convince myself to like switch and go with something like this next time, right? Like an NVIDIA RTX 4090 GPU, like that's smoking. And up to 12 terabytes of storage, who cares? Tons of RAM. I was thinking I actually wanted like 128 next time, at least on the MacBook Pro, because it's shared. And if you're doing like AI stuff or whatever, like you want to be able to dump large models into it. Yeah, I think, what am I currently running in terms of RAM? Yeah, I have 64 gigs. Yes. See, Sonoma has its own LLM framework called MLX. Huh. See, I love this about these laptops. Repairable. Last night, I fixed a laptop. Just last night. Yeah, what was it? One of my kids' laptops. Um, a screw had come loose. I was rattling around in there. Luckily, it didn't short anything serious out. This machine still works, but it put the system board in a bad state, of course, right? And so I basically just had to open up the machine. I looked around, tried to figure out where the screw came from. Couldn't find it. No idea where that was. So I just took the battery out so the system board would lose power and put the battery back in, and everything was fine. Wait, the MLX framework can run Hugging Face models natively? Ew. Because I've been using what is it, Olama to do stuff, and that's been fun. Hey, Andrew Dev World, did it fall in? The screw. I don't know where it was. Like it was like on that laptop, it was kind of over next to where the power comes in, which was on kind of this side of the laptop. But just you know, I kept the screw out because I didn't want to take more of the laptop apart to figure out where it goes. I figured I would cause more damage than than otherwise. Um, so I kept the screw out. Obviously, I didn't need it because it worked afterwards, but it was good. Ooh, interesting. Some benchmarks recently showed MLX is faster than Alama on M2 and 3. Huh. Oh, got it. Well, that is interesting. And I'd want to know how Steam runs on this stuff. Because you're probably going to be running one of these things and then some sort of virtualization so you can run your favorite Windows only Steam game. But, yeah, back to the code. So, thinking about it, we could absolutely override this and provide good error messages. We need to be able to store them somewhere and intercept them, right? So we could say, hey, we gave this integer back. Well, it doesn't tell us. This is just for the last error. Okay. Proton should well pretty well on those. What's Proton? The Steam for Linux thing, which does the really? And it's open sourced. Huh. That's cool. Got it. Got it. Hmm. Okay. All right. So get last error. Let's have some mechanism for setting global errors, the messages for global errors, in the hopes that get last error will be called, and we can copy some data into this buffer that they have graciously given us. I have no idea how big the default is. Let's say documentation. I'm just curious. Hmm. LS error because it's a global variable like error no and libc. Yes. Totally not thread safe and always a bad design. 100%. However, I want this. So the reason I would like to override this is so that when an application error happens, and it's because of something that's correctable by the application, and I don't have that many ways of telling the application what the error is, I think by specifying it this way it would help. I don't know, I'm just trying to use anything I can to make my future life easier. You would provide a function that turns it into an IO error other. Well, they don't give us the last error number. I think they just give us the length and the buffer size, or the buffer size and the buffer. Oh, you provide a function that turns that make it a string. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think I get it. So basically, have some sort of um, global because they're not passing the error number back to us. I think. Yeah, that's just a buffer size, and then our VFS. Copy link address. Hmm. I get a not SQLite, okay. I don't get a value. They don't give me any value. For many function. Oh, I see. Got it. Yeah, yep. No, that makes sense. Hmm. Oh, I like that. Okay. But where should I store this? Because we have our locks. I mean, we could store whatever our last error is here. And then when that function is called, I can just grab it. Right? And they would have some other function, utility function for populating it and whatever. Hmm. That way everything can just call that one function. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Now in this case, we're doing once lock. I don't think I want one once lock. Yep, it's SQLite, okay. It's around here somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Um, is that just going to be like some mutex? We could still do. I want to see the other sync stuff. We have once lock. We have once. Ooh, what's one state? I wouldn't need a. But where do I get the last value from? So I return something like this back to SQLite, and then they call this function here, but they don't give me back the data I gave them. So yeah, I have to store something somewhere. I could store it in state. Um, and this is buff length. That's buff pointer. Huh. Yeah. No. I like. See, I was going to store a string in the whatever the memory spot is, but I like your idea because I could just store a variant of an enum in that location, much smaller, and then later it could become a value. I like your idea, right? Having that get SQLite error. I think that makes a lot of sense. Where's my error type? Do I even have an error type yet? I don't think I do. A static mutex option error. Hmm. And I can create an error type. Oh. Oh, and I was going to once init it or something. Right. Could do something like that. What's a once state? Okay, it's used by that. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Wait, can I call mutex new in for a static block? Oh, it's const. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, nice. Ah, today I learned. That is great. How does that work? Since 163? Hey, Blurry Cat. Yes, this is Helix Editor. Oh, I am curious. Okay. Now we're also going to need some upgrade function. Set last error. It will take an error. But the latest chapter is a new futex symbol. It doesn't need any allocations. But the biggest chapter, the action scene, was how parking lot did its constanu, which skirted some POSIX entanglements. Interesting. Oh, I see. Parking lot isn't a POSIX compliant mutex. Huh. So you can run it on non-POSIX systems? It doesn't do poisoning, right? Should we lock or try? Like, why would... Okay, is it possible that this gets called from two threads at the same time? For reads, yes. log.unwrap dot replace. Okay. Some error. And then the previous one just goes away. Mismatch expected error. Yes. Okay. That's on option. Because that is a reference. Actually, this is. No, we should just replace it. I don't think it matters. I think this thing's more likely to be write heavy than read heavy. So I think that it would only ever be read if an error was returned. And I think that'll be more rare. Let's replace it with none. Give that back. Returns option T. Okay. Oh, oops. There is no sum type. This is a T. Oh, I do have an error type. Great. So that only one thing can get the error. Yeah. I don't see why take. We're at the side. Oh my goodness. Okay. My rust is wearing thin. Right? I know. Is that Scala? No. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's option square bracket error in Scala. Huh. Right. So now these just need to get called everywhere. Basically every entry point, which I was planning to do anyways. So, all good. Great function. Let's see. What would we call this? Like a maybe save error or something. Check. Check, check, check. Of those four options, UG is pretty good. Oh, I'm thinking at like this here, right? Let's say this returns some sort of error, or I guess more appropriately, X open. All right, here. What do we call here to set it? Great. So in this case, we would say, hmm. Or is it just so specific? See, I'm just thinking about all of these locations where we return an integer. Oops. But there's likely some place where we could actually return some sort of error if we're calling something interesting, like some of this stuff, and this. And that maybe there isn't anything special. It's just set it. So like in this case, we'd say set last error, and then we would pass the error in, whatever it happened to be. Now, these errors, I think, are different than this error object is. Here. I think we have a number of errors that don't actually map to this very well. Some do, some don't. Hey, the ugly dev. Thank you for the follow. You are today's lucky 2,800th follower. I don't think ever since the goals came out, I've never had this happen. So that's the first time I've seen that. Welcome. We don't really have any prizes, but I think notoriety on the internet is reward enough. All right. Okay. I like the direction that we're going here. Okay. Ah, you love yourself some Rust in the evenings. I do too. I do too. Okay. I kind of want a different error type. And maybe not. Let's see where it goes. Okay, let's come back here. So in this case, if the path is not valid, let's say error, then what is this? This is an error that represents the path not being inside of the um, replication directory. Something like that, right? This generate variant. Let's go here. Copy link address. Let's see. What do we have here? Not found. Off in a file, yes. Probably. Hmm. It's just a thin enum. That's right. See, but in this case, I need to be able to say that file that tried to be opened was not in the replication directory. It's not that it wasn't found, that it wasn't in the right place. I mean, it's definitely application specific and not really file system specific. So maybe I think I still need my own. Let's see. And we should probably tell them what the replication directory is, but I don't think we need it at that point. So we do that, and then with get last error, or is that that's in x get last error. Let's do this a different way. No. How about match rates? By default, if we don't have one, we'll pass through. All right. So in this case, where we have some sort of last error, what do we want to do for this? Could have, as you said before, have something that takes it to string or shows something interesting. We could just call display on it at the moment. To string. See, we only want to copy over enough bytes that are available in that buffer. Okay. Um, does Rust have memcopy? Copy from a slice. Okay, so if we create a slice, we can then copy into it. Okay. So we can use our slice from, was it a slice module? Functions from raw parts, mutable. So we create a slice using this, then copy into. Oh, pointer.copy is memcopy. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, look at that. Okay, so we might just need to do a cast. I'll be non-overlapping. Interesting. That's a mem move, right? Oh, how do I know if they're both properly aligned? I don't know if they're properly aligned. Oh, and no copy is memo. You're absolutely right. So the source is going to be where are my errors? Like this is not correct. Constant save. Okay, it's as a hint, it's very much properly aligned. Got it. Destination, that's going to be buff pointer -1. Do I have to null terminate this? With a null terminated UTF-8, okay. Okay. So we copy everything, count -1. Then we set last value to 0. Okay, but destination is buff pointer. Something's weird. Syntax error. Okay. No mangle. Oh, here we go. There. Oh, finally. Okay. Right. What are we supposed to return? We just returned 0. Go to score. How are you? If not, 0's returned. Wait. If non-zero's returned. With the buffer with a null terminated blah. Okay. Oh yes, yes, they do mention truncation. So in this case, we give it the pointers. We say, okay, let's count -1 because it could be count, and then we just go and set the last value to 0 anyways. Ah, the soundtrack's neat. Nice. Yeah, this is the, let's see, we're on the Pretzel Rocks, and this is the funk channel without the vocals, right? Just instrumentals. expected raw pointer U8 found I8. Is that because this type here? Probably. Nothing count. That's buff length. Okay, and this, let's return 0. Okay. Expected U size. Agreed. Oh, you know what I like better? Is there a, there probably is, slice fill pointer right bytes? Okay, good. Well, let's just do that first. Make sure it's empty. This is buff pointer dot right bytes 0. Okay. So we set everything to 0. We copy buff length -1, and we're done. Okay. There's that I8 answer 4 hours late. Okay. No, I don't want our test to actually work. Where was our test? Oh, it was in VFS. We've been all over the code. Okay, here we're getting that value, but we're not checking the message yet. Run again. You should make sure error is equal to buff length size. This isn't C. Okay, so unable to open database file. Interesting. Oh, did I do a cargo build? Cargo build, and because we have to actually compile the VFS. Panicking. Unsafe preconditions. Look. Of course, both pointer arguments are aligned and non-null. Oh, and non-null. Okay, we didn't check to see if it was null or not. Start not of pointer dot is null. And one more. Oh, look, buff pointer is null. Ah, well, that's rude. Why they, hmm. How do we get it to give us something else? We have to use an error message that doesn't exist yet. What if we gave it some other number? I don't know. Subtype. Instead of straight. Oh, really? Hold on. What? We were looking here. After an error is returned by an OS function, SQLite calls this function with zbuff pointing to a buffer of n bytes. It sounds like it's allocated in this case. Yeah, it didn't have an OS error. An OS. Hmm. Okay. Let's go back to their list of errors. IO error, maybe. This is one that I've used before. Yeah, so we go with that IO error. SQLite internal. This is another one. We might be able to use this. Let's see if this will aggravate it. Let's return that and see if it asks questions. Our test will fail for other reasons. Internal malfunction. Ooh, I like it. Again, one more time. No error. Okay, that's not going to work. SQLite not found. Load permanently. Let's try this. No. Let's put this up above. And borrow. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, that's right. We still have the. Oh, wait. It called it. It called it. Wait, no, it's null. Drat. My mistake. So it called it for this. It called it for the other one, but it's not providing us a buffer. Wait, okay, scroll back, scroll back. Previously, last time on test, where is it? Keep going. So much compiling. Okay, almost. There. Last time. So with internal malfunction, it didn't even bother calling. So maybe we are expected to allocate. Then why give us a length? And what is the length? What'd you say it was? P? Upper hex display. Oh, I like this error message. Pointer, lowercase p. Okay, run again. Why was that not printed out? Because it was logged, of course. And the log is where? In the temp directory, which is where? Deleted. Okay. Buffer's length is 0, but it's SQLite. This is not fair. I'm going to go spelunking in the SQLite code. Get last error here. It's just going to be a pass through. Here it just passes zeros in. Then where does the message come from? Wait. So we end up calling this thing, right? What are these values afterwards? Of course, because let's just do this. Okay, comment that out. It's still nothing. Okay. So the default did not change it. That's okay, that's some information. So it looks like we have to return something that will prompt it to call get last error with a non-null pointer. WASM. Not used for Unix. Get last error. Let's see. That's a pass through. RBU. Maybe it only works on Windows. It may be. I was so hopeful. I was like, oh man, I can send a message. Because, sometimes you just have to send a message. MemVFS. Got these. So the tests. Test 6. Test online. Yeah. This one here. Parameter not used. And where does this get called from or referenced? One. It must be used to set up a VFS. That can't be it. That's here. Thank you. Yep. Okay, so it sets that up. And yeah. See, I was expecting that the SQLite core would call us with some buffer to fill in, and that this Unix VFS was the default that we end up calling. Right? So I was expecting us to at least get a buffer that it could later ignore, right? Which is what I was expecting get last error to be. But it seems as though like this is being called, but somebody who's calling this up above. Yes, mine is set as the default. So it always gets called before this. The Unix get last error should be what I end up calling because I replace the default. But remember, it's pointer tables, so I basically keep a reference to this structure. Yeah, you can use SQLite to show the VFS chain, which we've done before. Let's try it again. Reverb config file. So we have to. This is going to be in Gauntlet Arena. Okay, we do that. Load. Target. Debug. Lib. RV. ERB. Not read target. Oh, okay. Oh, it's VFS left now. Oh, interesting. Cannot parse config file. Tom. It's because, oh, we're missing dbeater. Yes. Gauntlet. We need to open up both VFS left and right. Let's just say DBs, or just leave it as that directory. What does data plane have? Yeah, application dbdir is DBs. Okay. All right, there we go. Cannot find the canonical path for dbdir. No such file or directory. Yes. Because why? Let's go into Gauntlet. Sure. Maybe we should go into there. No, it's empty. Okay. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2. Cannot create FIFO path. Because why? So technically it should not be creating a FIFO path. I think it's really that it's saying that it couldn't open. Yeah, it couldn't open a FIFO path. Selected lib, error. Cannot create FIFO path. Oh, interesting. Huh. This is definitely not a create error. It's saying that I was missing no such file or directory. Well, it's getting more complicated to be able to set this up and check the layers, the VFS chains. I wonder, I could do this using. So if we have Gauntlet, I could maybe just have it run something at random, or after we've initialized the VFS. Here. So we load the extension on dot query. Yeah, in when you run SQLite 3, it gives you VFS info, VFS list. Oh, and the C API. Oh, um, we only get a pointer. So in the C API, where is it? Yeah, that's in. Is it in VFS? I thought it was in this file. Loads. Oh, I'm in Gauntlet. No wonder. Close those. VFS lib. Okay. So init logging. I don't like the layout of this file. Init reverb. So we find the current default by passing in a null pointer. Okay. So the VFS find, it'll return you the default if you give it a null pointer. I think you can give it a name here. Oh, there's a method to get all of the parents. I did not know that. That's interesting. A pointer to a linked list. Oh, I wonder where that is. Let's see, where do they keep that? It's in source. Here. Load.txt. They went through their code to figure out when they got rid of X shutdown. Oh, interesting. Let's see, we only want C files. I should insert. So here, if we go to what AR is, where's AR? Here's AR. So they also give us these SQLite 3 API routines. So I wonder if it's on this aggregate count, contacts, bind double. Busy handler. Okay. Busy timeout. Changes. Column. Hook. Okay. Function create module. Declare view tab. Error code and error message. Hmm. Expired, finalized, free. Profile. Interesting. Okay. You know, I wonder, some of these might actually be interesting to overwrite. Now I'm just looking through it. Here we have VFS find and register, which we use. Unregister. Backup. I've never realized how much is on this log. What? Is this just print to disk or print standard out? Interest. Okay. Fascinating. Okay. Star icon. Well, expanded SQL. This just goes on forever. Goodness. Value from bind. Oh, modules. for parsing the URL. Oh yeah, these are the functions I was talking about that you could call, and you pass it in a pointer that you already have, and it gives you the other version. So if you have the wall log pointer for the file name, you say, hey, give me the database one, and you pass it the pointer to the wall log string, it looks the other one up. It's got a table. Auto vacuum pages. I guess I was hoping that the parent would be in there somewhere. But what about this here? Error message. Right. Are we able to change these? Let's go back. So here, where do we set AR? This. Uh, okay, so they give that to us at the beginning. I doubt we want to try to change those pointers. Now, it is just C, right? Like we could change it. I don't know why, but I'm kind of stuck on this. I like the idea. Maybe it's because I'm hungry. Hmm. Basically, I want to find another way to not implement a get message off of the VFS, but like just change the get error message call in the main thing. I'm sure nothing would go wrong. Anyhow, where were we? Yeah, we were thinking about getting the parents because there was curious about the ordering because I didn't understand why the VFS wasn't just giving us something to fill in, you know, unless it just doesn't bother to allocate or it doesn't have some reusable buffer on Unix as some optimization, which is very, very possible. All right. Well, I'm going to take a break and go grab some food. I'll be back tomorrow. So let's see, Museum, are you going to stream today? Or are you done? Hmm. All right. Okay. Oh. Okay. How about... Real. Well, I'm gonna run, get some food, maybe poke at this a little bit, but until next time. Bye bye. Oh, they just returned an error number. You just read their info. Got it. Okay. Well, thanks for looking, Museum. All right, y'all. Take care. Bye bye.